Hello, everyone. Oh my goodness, this is so exciting that I got this live stream to work because it's probably been a couple hours now. I don't know if any of you were here, if you saw that I was trying to do reading sprints like a couple hours ago. Honestly, I might just go in and like remove those, the other reading sprints because like it was like 30 minutes. Then I accidentally like ended it in the middle of the sprint because I was trying to figure out how to screen share, right? Well, let me tell you. Okay. So it was like download this thing and then click all these buttons and the screen share will work. And so I did that and it didn't work. And I was like, okay, whatever. I'll just give up on that for now. Maybe I can figure it out later. But then so I accidentally ended the live stream by like clicking the buttons or whatever. And then when I went to try and go back and like create a new one, it suddenly wanted to screen share, but it was like this random like symbol, which reminds me I should go through because I have like a couple of just like random 2-second things that I accidentally left there. I meant to like remove those from my channel because like it's literally just like a symbol for this. It's like the logo for the app where you screen share. And like I said, it wasn't even letting me screen share when I wanted to. And so I had to go and like uninstall the app and everything because then it wasn't like letting me actually use the webcam again. And it's been like a couple hours and it was just like every time I went to do a live show, it was just like not using the webcam and it was really frustrating. But here we are. It's finally working. I'm so excited about it. So yeah, I am assuming that most people are going to watch this back and not like be in the live chat or whatever, which is fine. But so yeah, I'm assuming that y'all probably did not go and watch the other one before this because like I said, I might just like remove the first little 30-minute one that I did that literally ended in the middle of a sprint. Just because yeah, I don't think y'all would want to watch that because like it was literally in the middle of a sprint. So anyway, I'm reading A Little Life right now by Hania Yanagihara. I'm pretty sure is how you say it. I know that I've been saying it wrong for a while now, and I meant to be saying it correctly. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. Obviously, I meant to say it correctly, but yeah. Oh my gosh, my brain, like, sometimes it just decides that it wants to shut off. Like, I'll be in the middle of saying something, and it's like, nope, we're not doing this right now. But yeah, A Little Life by Hania Yanagihara. It's so good. I love it so much. And all that I wanted to do for the past couple days is just sit and read this masterpiece, this absolute beauty of a book. And yeah, it's so sad, obviously. You can tell by the cover. It is one of the saddest books I've ever read. Because like the main character goes through so much, and you're also like having to watch the characters around him just like suffer, like because they're watching him go through this and they can't do anything to help him. And it's so sad and so beautiful. And I love it. I love sad books. I love when books make me cry. Just because I don't really know how to explain it. I just love becoming emotionally attached to book things. And usually when I cry, it means I'm emotionally attached. So yeah, I'm loving it so far. I don't think it's actually made me cry yet. I've definitely teared up a couple times. And it's kind of surprising that I haven't cried yet because of just how like intense the things that he's experiencing are. Usually I only cry when a character dies and you're like experiencing the grief from other characters. That's when I usually cry in books. But this one is in like really close to getting me. I teared up a couple times earlier when I was reading about like just some of the abuse and like him like I don't I don't want to say anything A spoilery and B like triggering. But yeah, just like some of the thoughts that were going through his head that I don't know, they were very like vague and like poetic sounding, but I was just like the pain. So yeah, anyway, there's that. Yeah, so I'm planning on sprinting for about 30 minutes and talking for about 10 and alternating between that. I plan also on being up pretty late tonight. So these should go on for a bit. It's already 11 p.m. because I just spent so much time trying to figure out how to get the live show to actually work, because it was like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Why would you like need to have a camera? That's not a thing that needs to exist. So anyway, that's so frustrating. Maybe I can do these again later this week or next week or something. Maybe I can try to make this a semi-regular thing, but I'm just so busy that like sitting down and reading is not a thing that I hardly ever do. So like as much as I would love to do this very often, I realistically don't think I will be able to, but maybe like I said a few times over the holidays, and I don't know, maybe once I'm on spring break or over the summer, I'll be able to do these consistently. So yeah. What else is there? I'm trying to think of things that I talked about in the other one. The other like little mini sprint that I did before this a few hours ago, because like I said, I'm probably going to delete those. So I want to like say all the things that I said in that in this, because it was like exciting stuff, but I'm trying to remember what all even said. I got a camera. It is on its way. It's supposed to be here the 28th. I forget what day that is. I think that's Wednesday. Yeah. So on Wednesday, hopefully, I will have a actual camera. And I know nothing about cameras, so basically I just saw that it had like a microphone on it and it had a viewfinder, and I was sold. I was like, okay, it seems like a reasonably decent price. Let's get it. So yeah, I am so excited about that. Because right now, so I originally filmed on my phone, and then last Christmas I got a second phone specifically for filming because A, the camera was better, and B, like one of the major issues that I had filming on my phone to begin with, was I just didn't have the storage space for it. I realistically, it just wasn't like realistic for me to film videos on that, because like a lot of the time I was having to stop after filming like 5 minutes and then put it on my computer and then get it set up and film 5 more minutes and then put it on my computer and get it set back up, and it was just so difficult to like not just be able to continuously film, and it just like made it such a long process, especially for longer videos. And so having that second phone was so much better. But now hopefully having a camera will be even better, because I don't know what I'm saying. Hopefully the like quality of the video will be better, especially the audio. That was like one of the major things that like filming on a phone, I was like, I feel like the audio like quality of this is just not very good at all. But I was trying my darndest. So yeah. Let's see. There's something else that I was about to say, and I can't remember. It was about the audio. Oh my goodness. Okay. My mom the other day, she had this little clicker thingy that she was using to take pictures. You like plug it into your phone and you like hit the little button and it takes a picture, so you don't have to be like right at your phone. And I was like, that's so cool. I wonder if that would work for me for filming, so I don't have to worry about like moving the phone every time I go to like pause or unpause the video. And so I tried it, and oh my goodness. So it works. It starts and stops the video. However, that's not all it does. So it thinks that it's plugged into headphones, and so it tries to use that as the audio source, but it's just a button. There is no audio, and so it just plays this like screechy dog whistle noise, and it is the worst thing. So I'm so glad I didn't try to actually film a video before I went back and looked at the footage to make sure that it would work, because I would have cried, because I would have had to refilm the video, because it would have, like, there would have been no audio. It would have just been screech for the whole thing, and literally, oh my god, no more eardrums for me. So fun times. I'm glad I did not film a whole video before discovering that did not work. But yeah, I mean, it's not a huge deal at this point anyway, because like I said, I just got a camera, so hopefully I can just hit the button and not have to worry anymore about like moving everything, because like I said, every time I would hit the button, the phone would be like shifting around, and so I'd be like, maybe the phone was straight for a second and then I had to pause it, and then it was like lopsided, or like it had moved from one clip to another, and it was just such a struggle, especially if I was editing and having to move clips around and trying to make it seem like that was the order that it was. Like you'd be able to tell that it wasn't the order because of like the angle of the clips, if that makes sense. So yeah, anyway, it was a struggle. Oh my gosh, I just realized that I just threw my earbud. I just realized I haven't had my earbud in this whole time. I really hope that you guys could actually hear me. I'm gonna like pull up the video and see if the audio is fine. It's so good. I love it. And hopefully I can just hit the button and not have to worry. I have to pause it, and then it would make it seem like this is a struggle. Oh my gosh, I just realized that I just threw my earbud. Okay, yeah, the audio is fine. Wait, is my earbud even still connected? I'm gonna feel dumb. Oh no, it's not. Wait, is it? Oh, it's not. Okay, never mind. I was about to feel so dumb because, okay, I just like panicked for a minute because I was like, the audio hasn't been working this entire time, but that's a lie. It has. I'm gonna connect it to my earbud now, because I can. Bluetooth is off. Why is the Bluetooth off? I don't remember turning it off. Goodness gracious. Connect. Hello. Oh, maybe I connected to my phone. I have this problem all the time. Oh, it didn't. It just doesn't want to connect. Maybe it died, actually. Oh my gosh. Connected. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that's better. I don't know if it is, but I'm just glad that the audio was fine. If there was like even more wrong with this live stream, I would have cried, but it's not, so it's fine. Yeah, it's 11:10, and I've been streaming for 12 minutes now, so I think, it's 11:11 now. Make a wish. I lost my train of thought. Oh, I think I'm gonna start a sprint. Maybe I'll wait till 11:15 now that it's already a minute past. A nice round number. So yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna do 30-minute sprints. So I'll put a comment that we are sprinting until 11:45, just in case anyone joins. I don't think they will because it's 11:11 at night. However, maybe somebody will join and want to know when I'm sprinting until. So, oh my gosh, someone literally just joined right as I said that. I was literally just saying that, like, oh, it's 11 o'clock at night. There's probably not going to be anyone that joins, but I'll put this comment here just in case that there is anyone. Oh, they left. Never mind. I'm lonely again. That's okay. Yeah. I mean, I have myself. What else could I possibly need? And my book to keep me company. Me and this sad, depressed man. Oh, and Dominic. How could I forget? I got him for my birthday, and he's just the cutest thing. So, funny story. I love Fast and Furious. It is the best movie. Cars and Vin Diesel and strippers, like, best movie, 100%, million percent. And like action and like the cars. Cars is the moral of the story. So anyway, I love that movie. And so I was trying to decide what to name this little guy, right? Because I was like, I just don't know what name fits him. And so I thought Dominic. And then I was like, I don't know for sure. Like, let's keep looking at names. And then I was like, Dasher, because he's got the little reindeer ears. And I was like, he seems like a Dasher. And so I was like convinced that. And then I was like, I just looked at him and I was like, no, he's a Dominic. But Dasher it was such a cute name. And so I was just like, I really can't decide. But then I was like, it has to be Dominic because of Fast and Furious, Dominic Toretto, like, it has to be. And like, I could call him Dom, but he seems like a Dominic. But like, it's still based on Dom, so like, it's fine. Same difference, but yeah. Anyway, he He's a Dominic. So yeah. Anyway, fun times. I feel like I was gonna say something and I forgot what it was. Anyway, I forgot what I was talking about a minute ago. Oh, I was saying that like I'm not actually lonely because I have these things to keep me company. But like, doesn't he just look like he would be such good company? We can sit here and cry together. Honestly, I might cry. This book might make me cry. So if I just start bawling my eyes out, don't worry about it. It's just some sad stuff is happening in the book. But yeah, also I'm reading it out loud because that's how I focus better. Obviously I'll have myself muted, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah. What was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. Because I like struggle focusing so much, and I recently downloaded this app called Indle. This isn't sponsored or anything, but it like gives different noises for like studying and sleeping and focusing and like all that jazz. So I have been trying the sound effects for focusing, and they seem to be working pretty well. So I might try to continue that for when like I don't have the option to read out loud. Like if I'm sitting at school or something, or like on the bus or whatever, and I can just like pop in my earbud and have that like sound playing. Then I think I'm gonna try to do that. So that I have something to help me focus, like for when I can read out loud and when I can't. So yeah, we shall see. Stay tuned for how well that works for me. But it's 11:15 now, so I'm going to start the 30-minute sprint. So I will see you guys at 11:45. that is the end of the first sprint. I simultaneously feel like that was the longest sprint in the world and also went by super quickly. I finished the chapter that I was reading, which, if you know about the chapters in this book, they're a million miles long. I think the longest one is like 80 pages, and the one I just finished was about 60, I think. So that was very exciting. I got to the end of it, and I was like, I made some decent progress. Like, just hitting another like milestone of this book just always, it feels so good. I feel like I'm actually getting somewhere, and yeah, oh my gosh, so many more sad things happened. Like, you just like think it can't get worse, you know? But it just does. Like, oh my gosh, there was definitely like a couple things, but there was just like one main thing that happened to this character that I was like, I have no words. Like, it's so bad. It is so bad. This dude has suffered so much, and it's so sad that people have to go through stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, I ended the sprint like a minute late because I was finishing my page or whatever. I'll probably do that on like all the sprints. I'll just finish up the page that I'm on because I don't want to. It's okay. They're my sprints. Okay, I can stop them whenever I want to, but I don't want to finish like in the middle of a page. That no, I don't want to have to like be finding my spot again. Because like especially with this book, like the fact that chapters are so they barely exist. I just like knowing where I am and not because like you never are like, oh, I got to the end of a chapter, let me start on the next chapter. Like it's always just where is my spot because I'm in the middle of chapters. So yeah, I like to start at the top of the pages. So yeah, my voice feels kind of tired. I have been reading out loud pretty much all day, so there's that. Okay, so I'm trying to remember what it was, but I think I was doing either a 24-hour readathon. No, okay. Let me start over. So I'm getting flashbacks to this other time that I was reading a book out loud. And it was for the stay-at-home reading rush during the COVID lockdown. And it was like 4 days or whatever. And so the goal was to read 4 books in 4 days. And one of them, it was a middle grade. It was one of the ones that I read. And I just like always like to read middle grades out loud. I don't really know why. It's just a thing that I like to do. And so I was reading that out loud. And so I read like the whole thing out loud, like in a day. And by the time I was done, I was like, my vocal cords cannot take this. So that's why it just made me think of that because my voice is just it's getting so tired. But I don't know. I feel like over the years, just because I read out loud so much, like it's less exhausting than it used to be for sure. And also, I want to narrate audiobooks as like a not necessarily a career, but like it's a thing that I would like to do in the future, just because I enjoy reading out loud so much. And I'm like, may as well get paid to do it. So yeah, that's a thing that I want to do. Also, I don't know if I've mentioned this. I feel like I have, but just like my job that I want to have is a book editor. And so then I can like get paid to read all day and point out mistakes, which I just love doing. Like I always at school, when we're doing like peer review things where you have to like switch papers with someone and like mark all our mistakes, I always like other people. I don't know why. I just always like it bothers me. Not bothers, but I just feel like other people make so many grammar mistakes and I'm like, how do you not have you not like proofread this at all? Like, I don't know. And so I just love just marking stuff off of other people's papers, things that like are like actually wrong, you know, because I don't know, I feel like there's certain things when you're like looking at somebody else's essay or whatever. Like if you said, oh, this would be a better word or something like that, like, yeah, theoretically it could be, but you can't definitively say like this would be better than this one. And so with grammar stuff, I'm like, it's so much fun because I can I'm actually right. Like I know I am, you know? Like I know there's supposed to be a comma there because that's just how English works. Versus, you know, things where it's not necessarily right or wrong. It's just this would sound better and then they just get mad at you for having a different opinion than you or whatever. Which honestly same. I'm such a hypocrite about peer reviewing people's papers, I feel because it bothers me certain comments that people make on my paper, but I always am I make a million comments on other people's paper. And part of me feels bad, but at the same time I'm just trying to make your paper better. So I'm not being mean, but at the same time it is kind of bad, I feel to have all of those things on their thing. But I mean, if you're improving it, then you know, it's the thought that counts, I guess. But this one person the other day made me so mad because something that they wrote on my paper was that just all of the wording was bad pretty much. It was very passive aggressive. I feel they were just this is one of the best ones that I've read, but you could have done a lot better in this area and this thing could have used a lot of work. And I was if it was so good, why are you saying that it was so bad? But one of the things that they said was there's a lot of instances where the wording could be better or should, I forget what exactly they said, but something about the wording. And they didn't point out anywhere in the paper where the wording was bad except for one spot. And I was that's not a lot of places. That's one place. You didn't have to make an additional comment. Anyway, that was a whole thing. I was this is literally, you gave me no feedback on this, but you did it in such a rude sounding way. I mean, they probably didn't mean it rudely, just the way that I read it. I was I just thought it was funny. It was slightly annoying, but mostly in a funny way. So there's that. But anyway, that's why I think that I would be a good book editor, is just because I'm always finding, especially grammar things, in other people's work, I'm always there's something here, there's something there. I'm just always scanning for errors, and I don't know, I just love finding them. And especially already published books, I'll find stuff and be oh, that could be fixed, and it's just a thing that I do. So getting paid to do that, I think, will be fun. And I don't know, just having a book-related career just seems like a great time to me, honestly, because, I already read all the time anyway, so it's just, would be me getting paid to do things that I already love doing. So, yeah. And another thing I want to do is, so I used to make these little rainbow loom things all the time. I would, look up tutorials on YouTube and everything, and, make little creations. I don't know what to call them. Just little, they're not necessarily charms, all of them, but just these little animals and stuff, I guess, out of rainbow loom bands. And so I tried selling them, I think once, but I just don't have the time to really make those all the time, and B, they're hard to advertise, I think. But I think in the future, once my channel grows more, this would be a great spot to actually advertise those. And I think I could have an Etsy and everything, and have it linked on here, and so that you guys could buy them from here. And so that's another way that I want to make money, based on things that I already kind of do. I don't really do it now because I don't really have time, but it's a thing that I used to do a lot, and it was a lot of fun. So yeah, those are my future plans, in case you guys are wondering. But yeah, I don't remember why I started talking about this. I keep thinking by the time we get to the break, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, and then I just ramble about whatever. I don't know. But yeah, it's 11:55 now, which means it's been about 10 minutes since the sprint ended. It does not feel like it's been a whole 10 minutes, but I guess it has. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start up the next sprint. Ooh, wait, this doesn't say that there's anyone watching, so I didn't notice the comment. But yeah, wait, can you click on this? I've seen, okay, when I watch other people's live shows, pin message, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. Unban. Anyway, I'm technical difficulties. I don't know if you can tell, I've not done a live show like this before, but anyway, Yeah, they're so cute. Like they're really not that hard to make, but they just look so adorable and like they look like they took so much time. And like they do kind of take a long time, but I don't know. It's something that I find really easy and they just turn out so well and I just love it. Like I feel like I'm barely doing any work, but with like such a great result, if that makes sense. And I just think it's so much fun. And it's really sad that I don't have time to make those right now, but I will in the future. So yeah, anyway, like I said, let's get on to the next reading sprint. So I'm trying to do math in my head. 11:55 plus 30 minutes is 12:25. Okay. So yeah, sprinting until 12:25. Smiley face. Always have to include the smiley face on there. So yeah, I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Hello. That was the end of the reading sprint. I'm not sure how much of the book I got read. Let me try and find out. I think I started on this page. So, like 9 pages, which is not a ton, obviously, but A, I'm a really slow reader, and B, I went and got a snack. And also, the text is kind of small on these pages, so it's fine. Yeah, so the comment about the sprints being so late, I was like, literally, there's probably nobody that's going to be awake to watch these, but it's fine because people can just watch them back if they want. But yeah, which is what I usually do with sprints, is just watch them back. I'm not sure what I did with I found my bookmark. Yeah. So, I guess my earbud wasn't connected. Yeah, for real. Oh my god, I'm such a slow reader. Like, it's amazing, like, how slow I read. Because, like, I see these booktubers all the time. They're like, yeah, I read, like, especially in 24-hour readathons, they're like, yeah, I read 6 books today. And I'm like, bro, I can barely get through one. But yeah, I'm so glad there's actually people here. And okay, for some reason, it's like only showing that there's one person watching, even though there's 2. I'm not sure why that is. That's why, like, before, whenever I saw that comment and it was like, oh, it said there was nobody watching, like, I don't know, I guess it just doesn't register Emma as a person that's watching. I don't know why. It's kind of rude of YouTube to do that. But yeah, I'm so glad y'all are here though, actually watching. But yeah, I went to get a muffin halfway through the sprint. It was only half a muffin. It's one of those like giant ones. And yes, I'm eating it with a fork. I eat a lot of things with a fork that are so strange. Like this one time, I was like really rushing to get through this one book, right? And so I don't even know what restaurant we went to, but I ordered wings with bones and I was trying to eat them with a fork because I didn't want to get my hands dirty and not be able to read my book. So yeah. Anyway, it was kind of a disaster. It didn't work. I would not recommend eating boned wings with a fork, but yeah, I'm just like really I do that too. Yeah, I'm very like picky about things not being on my hands, especially while I'm reading, because I'm like, I'm not about to get all this food all over my book, you know? Like, I'm not about that. So yeah. Nothing too sad happened in the 8 pages that I read, which is good. I'm seeing like a little bit of happy. So yeah, this is like all of the emotional like things are happening in this book, and like I love it. Like I love a good emotional roller coaster. But well, for real. Yeah. I was gonna say something and I forgot what it was. I have so many video ideas for things that I want to do. But one of my big issues when I want to make videos is that a lot of them require me to actually read books. And so the thing is, like, with me being a slow reader and also the fact that I just barely ever have time to read in general, it makes it so difficult for me to like make certain videos that I want to make. And so there was this one that I was planning on doing like a couple months ago, and I had to like go and buy books for it. And I bought the books, and I'm not realizing it's literally going to be the summer before I'm going to actually be able to make the video, which is fine. But I just like, I was so excited about it when I bought the books, and I'm like, well, I can't even make the video. But yeah. I don't know what it is though, because I want it to be kind of a surprise. It's not something that I've really seen done before, which is exciting. So I don't want to like say anything. But there's some other ones. Like I was watching a Haley and Bookman video. I don't know if y'all know who that is. Yeah, 20 books a month. That's literally so many. Like I think the most I've ever read in a month is 17, and that was like at the start of the lockdown. So like then there was a reason that I read 17, and most of them were middle grade and teeny tiny. So literally 20 books could not be me. But yeah. So I don't know if y'all know who Haley Bookband is, but I was watching one of her videos earlier, and it was one where she was like unwrapping books, and I was like, that looks like so much fun. Yeah, I think I get like 4-ish. I think that's about, I don't know, it depends on the month, because like certain months for me are busier than others, and like depending on when I have breaks from school and stuff, it really just depends for me. But yeah, so this video, she was like unwrapping books, and I was like, that looks like so much fun. And I've seen like other YouTubers do that before, and it just like seems like such a good idea. And so I was like, I would love to be able to do that, but when am I going to have time to have somebody wrap books for me and then actually read them? Like, it'd be fun to unwrap them and plan on reading them, but I would not actually get to reading them. It just would not happen, because your girl does not have time for anything. So yeah, and there's another one. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but it was something to do with books. I think maybe I was thinking of something. Oh, okay, I remember what it was. So there's like another little mini readathon thing that I thought would be fun. Where, okay, so I've tried to do this with my friends before, where we like plan it out for each other, but we were gonna do it over a week, and like we just didn't, none of us like read books in the week, because like it was just a week and we read slow and stuff and we're busy. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it because it's kind of complicated. But basically, you have like a prompt, like read a red book or whatever, and then after you finish it, you have a question, and so it's like, was the book like 4 stars? And it would be like yes or no. And so depending on what you pick, you would get a different prompt. And so you follow like a trail, essentially, because like you'd get the new prompt and then you'd answer a question about the book, and then that would like determine the next question and the next prompt. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I'm bad at explaining some things. But yeah, what was I gonna say? I lose my train of thought so easily. Literally, what was I saying? Oh, you could like do the different the prompts with the like trail thingy, and so like I think that would be such a fun idea. But I would have to dedicate like at least a couple weeks to it, and it would be like over the summer when I actually have time to read over a couple of weeks. So that might be a thing to stay tuned for next summer. And yeah, it would also be kind of complicated because I would have to like plan it myself. But I can just like randomly shuffle things in and like not look at what the questions and the prompts are and stuff. So it could be fun. And yeah, a reading of resolutions for 2023. I definitely want to do a kind of video where I don't know if I'll do them combined or separate, because I think what I did last year was I combined my like overall wrap up of the year before with the next year goals. Just because like I don't have too many things to say about what I want to read for the next year, because I find that when I try to pick specific books that I want to read like in an upcoming year, I just don't get to them. And I'm like, there's really no point in like putting the pressure on myself to be like, I want to read these specific books, because A, like there's not that much of a chance I'm going to get to them, and B, I don't really care that much what I read in the next year, because most of it's just like what I'm in the mood for. But like I don't know what I'm going to be in the mood for the entire year, if that makes sense. So I try to stray away from too much like trying to pick what I'm going to read for the next year. And instead I go with just like overarching things. For example, there were like 3 prompts that I gave myself for this last year. I had a set amount of series I wanted to finish, and a set amount of big books I wanted to read, and 5-star reads. So that also like kind of encouraged myself to try and read things that I thought that I would really enjoy. Yeah, so yeah, I'm a mood reader too, kind of, sort of. Like I'm a mood reader in the sense that if I want to read a certain specific book, like I cannot stop thinking about it, and I'm like, I just have to read that book, right? Like I can't read anything else. which is why I'm reading A Little Life right now and not the books I need to read for school. But that's beside the point. So yeah, but like I can read and theoretically stick to it. My connection's unstable. That's rude. Is it better now? I hope. Oh my gosh, it was just like your connection is bad. Ugh, okay. Anyway, I can like mostly stick to a TBR, unless there's just like one specific book I'm like dying to read. So more broad. Yeah, I think so. I don't really know specifically what like broad things I want to do. I haven't really thought about it yet. I'm like in my brain, it's not almost 2023 yet. It's still like early December, even though it's literally past Christmas. So love that. Oh, it's 12:36. Maybe I should start a new sprint. I'll wait until 12:40. I think I keep like in my brain. I'm like, oh, I'll talk for 10 minutes, and then I feel like I go over the 10 minutes, and it's weird because I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about for a whole 10 minutes, and then I just ramble on and on about literally nothing. But yeah, there's something else I was going to say. Now I can't remember. Or something about my goals for next year. Yeah, I have no idea. A couple of my friends got me this cute little reading journal. I'll grab it and show you guys because it's adorable. My pillow keeps falling over when I get up. Yeah, the train of thought goes off the tracks all the time. Yeah, for real. Oh my god. I'm like 99% sure I have at least ADD or ADHD or something, like at least some kind of it, because my brain just can never, ever, ever stay in one place. But it's fine. It's whatever. But yeah, so I got this little book journal thingy from 2 different people. Got me one of these, and I was so excited. Like even when I got the second one, because I was like, I can use one for 1 year and the next for the next. Like I will get so much use out of these things. And it's so cute. Like there's 100 slots, and it's just like you can fill out the start date and the finish date and like the authors, the publisher. There's a lot of different like things you can fill out about it. And I love like finishing a book and then going in my little journal. And yeah, I noticed that it's showing 2 viewers now. I was like, I don't know if somebody else joined or if it finally realized that Emma existed. Now it's back down to 1, so that's interesting. But yeah, so I love like marking stuff in journals. When I finish stuff, like every time I finish a book, I have 2 different journals that I mark things in, and I have like a little spreadsheet thingy that I put it in, and I have a Google Doc where I keep track of the books for the month and also just like books that I bought recently. And I have like a whole little ritual thing that I do when I finish a book. And so I was so excited whenever I got these. And it's 100 books. Like there's 100 book slots. So I was like, maybe in the next couple of years, I will have a 100 book reading year. Maybe just putting that into the universe. I'm manifesting. So maybe that's a thing. And there's also a cute little thing in the back. It's like a 24 book challenge or whatever, and it has all these different prompts. So I thought maybe I could do that for a video too. It seemed really fun. So yeah. Oh, I just remembered something I was gonna say like 5 or 10 minutes ago and forgot to say it. But when I was talking about the book wrapping thing, that I think would be a fun video idea that I watched Haleen Bookland do, like there's no way that I would get to that anytime soon. But again, I have so much time over the summer, so maybe I could do like a summer Christmas thing. like it's not Christmas, but here's a Christmas thing anyway, because Christmas always needs to exist, you know? It's just a thing that should always be there. I could. I don't know if it's long enough to make up a whole video. I know I talked about it in one of my vlogs like a really long time ago. So maybe I could bring it up in another vlog or something, but we'll see. I lost my train of thought again. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm not really planning on doing a lot of vlogs in the near future because I know I'm not going to have time for them. So yeah, aside from, I'm going to do some spoiler vlogs for the read along that I'm doing. Because that'll just be so much easier for me than trying to like plan a live show or anything like that. So yeah, that's all like going to be in the read along announcement that I put up pretty soon that I filmed yesterday and really need to edit already. But that's in story for another time. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what videos I've done, to be honest. I cannot think of them. I try to do my wheel every month, except I haven't done it in a few months because there was like a certain point where I was like, no more for the rest of this year because TBRs I can't at the moment. But yeah, I'm bringing that back for January, and I filmed that yesterday, and I'm super excited about it. Yeah, I do. I try to do a wrap up every month. I have a lot of monthly vlogs, but again, I think I'm gonna not do those for the next little bit, just because I won't really have time for them. And I have a few like tags and like other fun little things here and there. I have a few 24-hour readathons, which I love to do. But again, it's really time consuming, and I don't know. Maybe I can do one of those over the holidays before I have to go back to school. But yeah, I'm gonna start another sprint now though. I just hit my chair on accident. Sorry if y'all could hear that. But yeah, so it's 12:40-ish roughly. It's technically 2 minutes into the sprint, but it's fine. Let's see, math. 1:10 a.m. Wow, that is kind of early, but it's fine. I'm like not tired. I mean, I did have a coffee a little bit ago, which might explain that, but recently I've just like not been really tired at night. I don't know why. Or like I'll be like theoretically I'll be tired and then I'll go to bed and I just like cannot sleep to save my life. So yeah. Yeah, thank you. It's based on Cody's Book Corner. If you haven't seen her videos, go watch them. They're literally they're so good. Okay, I'm gonna start the sprint 12:45 instead of 12:40 because yeah, I have so many things more to say. So if you haven't watched Cody's Book Corner, go watch her. She's amazing. It's where the inspiration came from. And I realized that like I don't really say that in like my videos where I do the wheel a lot of the time. Like I don't say like this is inspired by her. And so like that's something that I said in the one that I'm putting up in January, and like I'm gonna have her stuff linked in the description and everything. I think I did in my first video, and then after that I just kind of stopped. I don't know why, but go check her out. She's amazing. I love those videos so much. And so like having that physical wheel just like it makes it so much more exciting to me. Like if you're spinning it on your phone or whatever, because like I have a spinner thingy on my phone, but I don't know, like it's just not as exciting. Like not that it's unexciting, but like just having a real wheel just like is everything. I don't know. I love it. It was so like frustrating at first whenever I was trying to get it to spin, because like it's just not going to be balanced when you first put it on the wall. And so what I had to do was like tape a bunch of paper in different spots to the back of it. And so like to make sure that it was weighted right and everything. And it's such a tedious process, but like once you have it weighted right, it's amazing. And like even it's probably not like the weight distribution is probably not the greatest anyway. But like it works, you know, even though it probably lands on more color or certain colors more than others, like it still works great. And I'm pretty sure it's still like possible to land on all the colors and everything. So it works. I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'm just so glad that I can like get it to spin and everything. Yeah, it's a great time. I realized though, as I was filming the January one yesterday, that like some of it just like looks like it's falling apart and on its last legs, but I was like, it's fine. It's fine. I do not have the effort in me right now to build another one. So I don't know, maybe like over the summer or something. That's what I say about everything. I'm like, maybe over the summer. And then by the time it gets to summer, I have so many things to do then that like a lot of stuff just doesn't happen for a long time. But that's okay. Chaos. Woo. We love to see it. Um, my usually night owl. It depends. I theoretically like to wake up early. However, it's just not something I can do sometimes. It depends. I have like a very hectic, like a back and forth sleep schedule, I think. Just depending on like what I'm doing when. So yeah, like yes and no, basically. So yeah, it's 12:45. So I'm gonna start in the next 30-minute sprint. So I will see you guys at 1:15. I'm gonna put a comment. Sprinting until 1:15. Okay, I will see you guys in 30 minutes. my gosh. Hello, I'm back. I had muted myself and then I was like, oh, I didn't put my earbud in, and then I was like dropping it as I was putting it in my ear. That was fun. Yeah, that was the end of another reading sprint. I'm not really sure how many pages that I read. I want to say 10. I looked at what page that I started on at the beginning of the sprint so that I could keep track of how many pages that I read, but I forgot what page number it was that I started on. I'm pretty sure it was 493 though, so I think I got 10 pages read, which is the same as the last one. I think maybe it was 9 before. Again, not too many, but I'm a slow reader and lots of text per page, so not too bad. 2%. That's not bad. How many pages is the nonfiction? Also, what is it? What's the book? What's it about? Tell me all the things. Yeah. The part of the book that I just read was really interesting. Not like the plot. Not that it's a bad plot. That's not what I meant. But like, so the way that one of the things was described, it just sounded so interesting to me. So one of the characters is an actor, and so he was talking about this play that he was in. And it just sounded so fascinating. So instead of there being like a set and a stage for the play, it took place in this house, and the audience could like wander around the house and like be in different rooms with different characters. And like that just sounded so fascinating to me. Like imagine being able to like walk through like a building and experience just like whatever part you wanted to watch, you know, like that'd be so interesting. And so he was saying like his character was just like in the corner, like peeling off wallpaper the whole time and like being a nervous wreck essentially. And I was just like, I love that. Like, and there's like certain parts of the house or whatever that were like roped off. So there was like certain places the audience was like supposed to be or whatever. But I was like, that's such a cool idea. I love that. I wish that was like a common thing because that just sounds like so cool. The body keeps the score. Oh, it's about trauma, my favorite. That's cool. I love that. I don't have a ton of nonfiction books that I want to read / have read. So one of the ones I've read is Furiously Happy by Jenny Lawson, which I adore so much. It is one of my favorite books. I read it last year, I think. And it's just this girl like talking about her mental health struggles essentially. Actually, I have this little notebook. Hold up. I keep track of the genres of all the books that I read in this. So I can tell you all the nonfictions I read this year. There's not a lot of them, like I said. Actually, it looks like there are kind of a lot. So The Anthropocene Reviewed, which is about just like random things. It's by John Green. I love John Green so much. His writing is my favorite. Furiously Happy is so good. Her writing, like she has my exact sense of humor, so I just absolutely adored it. The Princess. Okay, some of these they're poetry, and so I was like, I don't know what category to put them in, so I put them in nonfiction. The Princess Saves Herself in this one. Chef's Kiss. Oh my god, it was so good. The Sun and Her Flowers, The Witch Doesn't Burn in this one, Milk and Honey. And then other things I read they were like graphic novels, sort of. Hyperbole and a Half and Solutions and Other Problems by Ali Brosh. Those were also mental health. They kind of were like Furiously Happy. Just her like talking about her mental health struggles essentially. But I didn't like them as much as Furiously Happy. And they weren't like as funny, and they just like weren't really my exact sense of humor as much, but they were still really good. And I think I gave them like 4 stars or something. The Princess Saves Herself in this one. Oh my god, literally it's poetry. I love poetry. I write poetry myself. And I have poems submitted to 2 different contests. One of them is the Bennington College one. And I have 3 poems submitted to that one. And then I have a collection that I submitted to the Alice James contest. So hopefully I win one of those. I'm definitely much more confident in the Bennington one because it's only 3, and there are 3 that I like really, really am confident in. And the other one is like a bunch that I'm like, I don't know, but like may as well go for it. But anyway, I love poetry. And so the Princess Saves Herself in this one just like was all of the like boss queen vibes, and I was just like, I love it. And there's this one quote that's, who would I have been without the inspiration behind my demons? Probably not a poet. And I just I love it. It's everything. So yeah. Do I usually read out loud? Yeah, I do. It depends on the book, I guess, and like the circumstances, but I do. It helps me focus. Because I find like if I'm like actually reading the words, then it just like helps me stay focused. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Because like it's easy for my brain to like dance around. But if I'm like having to say what I'm reading, then like I can like keep my eyes on the page, if that makes sense. Hyperbole and a Half is nonfiction. Yeah. She's like just talking about her mental health struggles. Thank you. I love fangirling about books. So yeah, it's great. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, okay. Other nonfiction. I have this one book. I actually bought it at the same time as Furiously Happy because there was this table at this one Barnes & Noble that I went to, and I think it was buy one, get one half off. And so I got Furiously Happy and this one because it was a nonfiction table, and I was like, may as well step outside my comfort zone a little bit. Surprise Kill Vanish by Annie Jacobsen. Fun fact, I literally for the longest time was calling her Anne Jacobsen, even though her name is obviously Annie. But anyway, it's about like the CIA, which is interesting to me. So yeah, murder and secret missions and the government. We love to see it. I think of being yeah, that's why I want to be not as my main job, but I want to narrate audiobooks at some point in my life, because I love reading out loud and being able to make money from something that I love. Just sounds like a fun thing. So yeah. Yeah, I always too like, I think it'd be fun to like read to kids or something too, just because like it would just be fun. I don't know, because I like reading a lot anyway, and just like I feel like kids like being read to. So yeah, I personally I don't vibe the greatest with like audiobooks or like people reading to me necessarily. Just because like it's hard for me to focus. That's like I feel like the moral of the story here is I cannot focus on anything. So when other people are reading to me and stuff, or like audiobooks, like I said, my brain just like drifts in a million directions. If I have the audiobook like and I'm physically reading it together, like we're good, we're fine, we're chill. But no, as soon as like, because part of me is like, I can't just sit and listen to an audiobook. Like I have to be doing something else, and then I'll focus more on the other thing that I'm doing than the audiobook. And so it just does not work too great. So yeah. Has it already been almost 10 minutes already? I swear it like flies by. Yeah. I'm like indecisive about whether I should like extend the time a little bit more. But part of me is like, I just really want to get through this book because I'm enjoying it so much. And so I think I will just go ahead and start the next sprint in just a minute. Even though I could talk for longer, but I'm just really enjoying my book and I want to get back to it. Yeah, same. And so like, there's a couple that I've found that were really good. What's that indie weird book? What's it called? Project Hail Mary. That was a really good audiobook that I could focus on pretty easily. For me, it's when I first start them, I'm like interested. And then it just gets to a point where I'm like, I have to like force myself to put the audiobook on and continue with it. And I'm just like, I don't care that much. Nick and Charlie. That was one that I listened to and I thought that was really good as well. But also it was really short. It's a novella. And so I think maybe if I listened to more novella audiobooks, like we would be fine. My attention span is just not there, you know? Don't want me talking more. I might. I don't know. I'm really indecisive. That's another thing about me. Like I can never make up my mind about literally anything. So yeah, I guess I'll push it back and start the sprint at 1:30. In my brain, like, I don't know if I mentioned this. I think I did like the very beginning. I don't know if y'all were here then when I said this, but I like theoretically I'm trying to do like sprint for 30 minutes, talk for 10, but talk for 15 is great too. We could sprint for longer if you guys want to. I'm not super picky. Because again, I'm loving my book and just like I just want to read it and also talk all the things. I'm like super excited to be doing this live show because okay, I around like Thanksgiving break, which was like a month ago, I think. I don't know. I have like no concept of time, but I filmed like a reading sprints thing that I was gonna put on my channel, and like it wasn't live. I was just gonna like put it up as like a video that people could watch, like watching back reading sprints. And so, but there was like a couple parts that I would have had to edit out, and I was like, I'm not about to sit for like hours and hours in order to like find the parts that I need to edit out or like make sure that there's not anything else. So I was like, I may as well just actually go live, you know? Like, yeah. I was like, that just sounds like so much work, and I'm not about to do that. And yeah, this just seems like so much fun. I love like watching other people's reading sprints and like just interacting with other people. Like bonding over books is just the greatest thing. It's amazing. Mhm. Yeah, same. I can follow along with audiobooks really well. And like a lot of the time, if it's a book that I'm like not super like that I'm not loving and I feel like I'm trudging through it, like if I put the audiobook on, or if it's just like a writing style that doesn't mesh with me or anything like that, I'll put on the audiobook and like I get through it so much quicker. And like not even just when I'm struggling to get through it. Like sometimes I'll just do that anyway and it's a breeze. I feel like I get through it so fast. I did that with One of Us is Lying, and I definitely think that like it 100% boosted my enjoyment of it. But yeah, I can't just listen to the audiobook because like I will just tune it out. Mhm. Yeah. Honestly, just the like all the attention, the brain that's just like squirrel. So yeah, we'll love to see it. Yeah. Yeah, I love the fact that okay, BookTube is just like such a fun place. Like I discovered it in I think 2016, and I was like blown away that it was a thing. Like people just like talking about books. Like I didn't know that that was a thing that existed, and so it was just I love BookTube. The fact that like because I don't know, I feel like I would like obviously I really enjoyed books before, but I feel like since I've discovered BookTube, like it just makes me so much more excited about reading because like I see these other people being excited about it too, and I'm just like yes, like all the reading vibes, all the aesthetic reading, you know, like it's such a fun time, like having the energy from other people to like boost the excitement. So yeah, I wonder like where it would be in my life honestly if I never found BookTube because like most of what I do, not most of what I do, I do a lot, but I don't know, most of it like what I want to do with my life and like the things I find joy in like are based on books. And so like what I want to do like as a career is like be a book editor, and I want to narrate audiobooks, and like I want to get my poetry published and like all this stuff. And like I probably like I don't know that I ever would have like thought to write poems or anything like that. I wouldn't like BookTube. I probably like I wouldn't have this channel and like all of that. And so books have just like there's most of my life, to be honest. Yeah, for real. Um, yeah, like when I first joined, I think there was Jessie the Reader, A Clockwork Reader, read by Zoe. She needs to come back. I love her. And Haley and Bookland. Those were like the main channels that I think that I watched, and like it feels like there wasn't really anyone else. But like now, if you look up like just basic things like book haul or like December TBR or whatever, I feel like there's like a million different ones that come up, and like you can actually find like smaller booktubers, and like something that I love is like when people subscribe to me, like I can go through and find their channel and like subscribe to them and like interact with like other people and stuff, and like it's just so much fun, like the interactive element. And like one of my really good friends, like she lives in like Europe or something, but we like bonded over booktube, and so like we just like have this like friendship now, and it's like it's great. Yeah, I love like the small channels. I love supporting smaller channels. I kind of feel bad sometimes though, because like I'll get like a notification from YouTube. Yeah, I write poetry. I love my poems. They're like my children. They're everything to me. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, I feel bad sometimes because like I'll get notifications on my phone that like this smaller channel like posted a video, but I'm like I'm so busy that like I barely ever watch booktube, except for like right now I have a little bit more time because obviously it's the holidays and stuff, but like I'll feel bad because I'm like I feel like I should go watch that smaller booktuber's channel, but like I just don't really have time. But yeah, I mean that's not like I don't anyway though, like I don't think to sometimes, because like earlier I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch some Haley and Book or something when I'm like, oh, I'm in the mood to watch some booktube. My connection is slow. Okay, hopefully I'm unfroze now. What was I saying? Oh, maybe like tomorrow or something when I'm feeling like I want to watch some booktube. Maybe I'll watch a smaller booktuber instead. Yeah, I know. I wish I could make time. Like honestly, time is like something that I literally feel like I never have time for anything. Like if I had more time, like to read every single book on my TBR, watch all the booktubers I want to watch, like, and still have time to like do my homework and like, oh my god, like everything else I have to do. Just if only there was more time, you know? So many books, so little time. Um, mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So one of the about the poetry thing, one of the contests, the winner, like their poetry collection gets published, and so like I really would, that would literally be a dream come true. Like if I could win that and get my poems published, like that would be everything to me. Like I would be so happy, like literally so happy. I cannot like describe like how much that would mean to me. But yeah, so like the like yeah, anyway. Because once I finished writing it, I was like, I want this published, like somehow, some way. And like I still am determined, like even if I don't win, like obviously I'm not just gonna like stop there. I'm still gonna see what I can do. Maybe like change it around some, because there's definitely things I would change about it now. Especially since I've written more poetry since I finished that collection. There's like certain ones that I would take out and like replace with other ones and stuff. So maybe if that one doesn't win, then I can do something else with it and still try to get it published some way, maybe in a better version of it. But yeah, thank you. I hope so too. Yeah. It's 1:34, so I'm gonna sprint in just a minute. For a second, okay, I just looked at the time and I was like, oh, it's 1:34, and then I like blinked, like my eyes like unfocused like ever so slightly, and I was like, wait, it's outside 1:14. And like my brain just like broke for a second, and I was like, no, it is 1:34. I just like my eyeballs were like, no, you're gonna not know what time it is for a minute. Anyway, 30 minutes is too. Do y'all want to do a longer sprint? Would you rather do like 40 minutes or 45 minutes, or are we good with 30? Because like I don't know, I feel like talking longer, I should sprint longer too, so that we can also like make progress in our books or whatever productive things that we're doing. But I don't know, it's whatever y'all prefer. Also, there's 3 people watching. I feel like the later it gets, I would have expected there to be less people. 40? Okay. I think that's a good time as well. I would have expected like the later it gets for there to be less people, but now we have 3 people. That's so exciting. So yeah, I'll do a 40-minute sprint. So let me do math in my head. 30 minutes would be 2:05, so 2:15 is 40 minutes, I think. If that's not right, oh well. We're gonna sprint until 2:15. So yeah. So okay, yeah. Yeah, so then you can make up for the lack of reading from getting food. Okay, yeah, I will see you guys in 40 minutes. Or if I did the math wrong, I'll see you whenever, however long, until 2:15. Hello. Power. What do you mean power off? Your bed. Rude. I bet it died like just now. Whatever. Oh, it's fine. I don't need earbuds anyway. I hope the audio is still like reasonably fine. I think it was pretty much the same whenever I like checked, so it's fine. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure how much I read. Probably another 10 or so pages, if I had to guess. Oh wait, I guess that was a longer sprint, so maybe a little bit more. Let me see. It's definitely before that. I'm struggling to remember where I started. I want to say it was like right here on this page. So I think I read like 14 pages, but maybe more. I don't know. Somewhere between like 15 and 20 pages, I think. But I feel like it wouldn't be 20 because it was 10 minutes more of a sprint. And so for me to have read like twice, that doesn't really make sense. Switched books. I started a new one, which is a Russian classic. What's it called? I don't know. And Fixed a Sandwich. Nice. What kind of sandwich was it? Also, I don't know, like Russian classics, I don't think, unless it's War and Peace or The Master Margarita, something or another. And I only know that's a thing because Cody's Book Corner talked about it in a video or something. Like a long time ago. And like, I don't know why I remember that as a Russian classic, but yeah. Unless, I think Les Miserables, however you say it, I think that's French. I don't know. I do not know much about classics. I don't read a lot of classics. I usually don't like them that much. One of the only classics that I've read that I really, really loved was The Count of Monte Cristo. Other than that, I haven't really, like, insanely enjoyed very many. I feel like I haven't read a ton of classics, to be honest. I've read, like, some children's ones, which I liked a lot. Like Black Beauty, I really liked that one. I feel like I'll have to consult my Goodreads. I don't know off the top of my head ones that I really liked. I can tell you I didn't really like Lord of the Flies because I don't love like survival stories. Fathers and Sons, I've not heard of that. That was full English. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Read. I wish Goodreads had like a setting to sort by genre. I feel like they maybe do. Actually, now that I think of it, but it's probably like confusing. I want to like be able to set books to certain genres that like I would consider them, if that makes sense. Count of Monte Cristo. I read the abridged version, so it's only like 500 pages. And not the like 1,200 page version, but I really enjoyed what I read. Also, I meant to ask this like 2 sprints ago and I forgot. But so Fernando, I clicked on your like account thing to see if you had a channel. And I noticed you have 35 subscribers, but you don't have any videos. Like, how did you get 35 subscribers without any videos? I just thought that was interesting. I was like, how does that work? But yeah, anyway. Let's see. I haven't read a lot of classics recently. But yeah, I want to like be able to like categorize things by, I guess, okay, what I could do is I could make like okay, you know how there's like the main shelves where you can like only put a book in like one shelf. And there's the like other type of shelf where you can like put them under multiple. I don't know if I explained that enough. I hope you know what I'm talking about. But okay, makes sense. What was I saying? Oh, the shelves. So I guess I could make like the mini shelves for like certain genres. That's not a bad idea. I feel like that'd be time consuming though, but maybe that's something I'll do at some point so I can like more easily find some things. The Crucible I read for school a bit ago. Okay, A Tale of Two Cities is one. There's like quite a few, not quite a few. I think I have actually a specific shelf for books I need to reread because I listened to the audiobook for them and barely picked up any of it. This literally goes back to what I was saying earlier about the fact that I cannot focus on audiobooks. There are certain books that like A Tale of Two Cities, I could not tell you a single thing about that book because I did not pay attention to any of it. Pretty much the same for War and Peace. And less extreme, but I still like don't really know what happened in The Priory of the Orange Tree and The Starless Sea. All things that I need to reread because audiobook and attention spans. Yeah, I do use Goodreads. I wonder if I can link it on this video. I will see if I can. Let's see, my profile. Copy. Paste. There we go. Oh no, wait, it didn't. It just said check out my profile on Goodreads. It didn't like put the link with it. Let's see. I don't know how. Maybe if I can do it on my computer. Let me try that and see if it'll work. Goodreads. I'm not sure how to share my account from the computer version. I don't know. This is a struggle. Friends maybe? Yeah, I'll try friends. Oh, get link. Copy link. And I think just the way it copied, because I was trying to do it on my phone, I think the way it copied just like didn't copy the actual link, but there it is. So yeah. There's something I was gonna say a minute ago about something. And I can't. Oh, classics. There was another one that I read the children's version, and I can't think off the top of my head what it was, but I really enjoyed it. And I want to scroll through my Goodreads and try to find it. It was around the time that I read Black Beauty. But yeah, I don't always love. I don't always love classics that much because just the way that some of them are written and stuff, like the writing style itself, I just don't like as much as like the way that a lot of like modern YA books are written. If that makes sense. Just like I guess like the older like way of speaking or whatever, is just less like smooth to read, if that makes sense. But like sometimes it is prettier though. Like The Great Gatsby, I thought the writing of that was really pretty. I don't know. I can be very picky about writing styles because sometimes I'm like, oh, this is really poetic, and other times I'm like, this, I hate it. Like for example, The Owl of Six. I feel like a lot of people love the writing of that book, and I completely understand why. Like there are certain parts of it where I was like, I love this writing, it's so pretty, and there were other parts where I was like, there's too many big words, and I cannot wrap my brain around the sentences, and it feels like the author is just trying too hard. And so yeah, that's how I feel about a lot of classics. Not that the author is trying too hard necessarily, because I know that like it was written in like a different time or whatever, but I just it hurts my brain to read. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's me too. Like I'm not like picky about like other people's taste. I'm not gonna be like so offended that you like this book or didn't like this one or whatever. But yeah, just like a love of reading in general. The same feeling. Yeah, agreed, 100%. Yeah, I would definitely recommend The Count of Monte Cristo though. I know. Okay, I know. Just saying, like, what's your favorite book is like such a hard question. But like, what are a few of your favorite classics? My favorite classic is definitely The Count of Monte Cristo. Like I said, I'm really trying to find the other book that I read with Black Beauty because like I know there were a few that I read around the same time. And I'm really curious what it was. I think I might have scrolled past it actually. I read The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. I have just like a bunch of like children's versions of classics because my mom bought like I don't know, someone was like selling a bunch of them for super cheap, like the kids versions, and so my mom bought them, and then I just had them and read them. Crime and Punishment, 1984, and Animal Farm. Yeah, I really liked Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. I love that. Literally makes my heart so happy. Yeah, Crime and Punishment. I haven't read that, but I almost read it one time because I had this assignment for English. Where what was I gonna say? I had this assignment for English where it was for like a mystery unit, and we could. So for like all the units, we got to pick like what book we wanted to read, like off of like a list, and Crime and Punishment was on the list, and like I almost grabbed that one, and then I was like, no, it's really long, so I picked a different one instead. I hated the one that I picked. It was pattern recognition by someone I don't even know. It made no sense whatsoever, and I was so lost. I was like, I don't like this. And I wish I would have read Crime and Punishment, and since then I've like really wanted to read it. So hopefully I will one day. Main genre I read. Ooh. That's kind of hard. I read a lot of different genres, to be honest. Like most of them except for like nonfiction classics. They're like definitely the ones I read the least. A lot of contemporary, a lot of fantasy. Uh, I don't read a ton of sci-fi. I feel like in theory I do really love sci-fi. I just for some reason feel like I don't read a ton of it. I'm gonna grab my little genre notebook again that I was just talking about a few minutes ago when I was looking at all the nonfiction books I've read so far this year. So yeah, this is my contemporary list. So as you can see, there's a lot of those ones. Yeah, I've read a handful of sci-fi, magical realism, historical fantasy, handful of classics. There's some Shakespeare's on here only because I took a Shakespeare class last year. I have a Shakespeare like anthology, and one day I do really want to read through those, but I don't know when that day will be. We will see. Some retellings, some horror. That's mostly the Enemy series by Charlie Hickson, which solid series. Really enjoy it. Historical fiction, fantasy. I've read a surprisingly small amount of fantasy, but that is one that I would say that I read a lot of. Dystopian, nonfiction. Yeah. So pretty much everything. Let's see. Yeah, the iconic Animal Farm line. More contemporary books. Yeah. I'm not too picky about like I'm not too hard on myself about like what genres I'm reading because I already feel like I branch in a lot of different directions anyway in terms of what I read. So I don't know. It's not. I never really feel like I'm going too far. Like I don't. Okay, I'm so bad at explaining. So I feel like my comfort zone is like wide enough that like certain things like they may be kind of out of my comfort zone, but I don't like care too much about like pushing myself outside of my comfort zone, if that makes sense, just because like I have such a big comfort zone that it's like I don't know, I'll read pretty much anything I feel like except for like a freaking textbook. No ma'am. No ma'am. Nice mix of genres. Yeah, I read like a lot, I feel like. Yeah, except for like thrillers is really one of the only things I don't read a lot of. Yeah. Some of my favorite books though. Okay, I used to really, really love A Shadow Bright and Burning. And like for the longest time I said that that was my favorite book, but I think The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue might be my favorite book. But I don't know. I'm indecisive. The Fault in Our Stars, I really, really love. The Seven Realms series by Cindy Williams Chima, I really love that one. Let's see. Honestly, this is probably going to be one of my favorite books of all time. I'm really, really loving it. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Let me consult my Goodreads. The Crank trilogy by Ellen Hopkins. I love Looking for Alaska by John Green. There's so many good books. Reading. Let's see. What have I given 5 stars? Oh, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm was another one. That was the other classic I was thinking of that I really enjoyed, that I read the children's version of. Forgotten by Kat Patrick, The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern. That kind of like opened the door for me into like enjoying horror books, I guess, just because of like the creepy atmosphere. And like I remember there was this one part at the beginning that like gave me chills because there was like a sign on this gate or something into the circus, and it was like no trespassing, like all like if you violate it or whatever, you'll be something. I don't know what the word was. But I remember like I didn't know what the word was, and so I looked it up, and it meant like your blood will be drained or something, and that just like gave me chills. I was like, oh my gosh, that's like so fascinating. And so then that like got me more into horror and stuff. And also something about that book, I was so fascinated by the clock from the Night Circus. Like when I become rich and famous, I want to pay someone so much money to make a Night Circus clock because that's just so cool. Like the idea of it is like in the daytime, it's just like a normal like grandfather clock or whatever. And like as the hours tick by and it gets closer to midnight, it like branches out into this like elaborate like dreamscape looking thing, and then it like goes back down. So like at midnight, it's this giant like just thing of like all this different elaborate stuff, and then at noon it's just a normal clock, and like that is so fascinating, and like I really want to see that as a real thing. His favorite books. Did you pick one and go into more details about why you love it so much? Okay, let me think. Okay, I'll talk about The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue because I just love it. I feel like that's one that's everyone either absolutely loves it or they hate it, I feel like. And I just really, really loved it. Even though it's like slower, the writing style is super pretty, and yeah. Like when books give me chills and like make me cry. I love when I physically have a reaction to books. Like the fact that like something so like I don't know, like if it can like make me physically react to it and like it has that much of an impact on me, like I love when that happens. And so like one of the reasons I love Invisible Life of Addie LaRue is like it made me cry at so many different points, and like I just became so attached to the characters, and like all of the characters just felt so real. And like that's something for me that like I love in books is when the characters feel so distinct and like they have such a strong and like real personality, which is also why I loved Looking for Alaska, because like I fell in love with Alaska. Like she is one of I think my favorite female character that I've ever read about, because she's just so like vibrant and so full of life, and she just feels so real. And like even though like she's been through a lot, and like you can tell that like I don't know, the fact that she's such like a hurt character but still so full of life at the same time, like the fact that like she's both of those things, and like I just love that. I love that about her. And so anyway, going back to Addie LaRue, like how real the characters felt and how pretty the writing was, and just the way that the story unfolded itself, which is also something I love about Strange the Dreamer, another one of my favorite books. The story just like it unrolls in such like a delicate way, and it feels so like thought out and like purposeful. And yeah, it feels so like delicate and just so pretty, and yeah. And also the like darker themes of it too, the fact that like in the end like her relationship like with the devil, and the fact that like her wanting to get like revenge against him, and that like whole thing, it's just there's so much, it's so intricate. There's so much to it, and like all of the fact that it goes very deep into like I can't think of the word, like their reasons for doing things. I don't know what the word is, but that's why I love it so much. Yeah, absolutely amazing. So yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other of like books I've given 5 stars I haven't really mentioned. Oh, the Smarter and Pretty trilogy I really loved. One that I kind of forgot about is The Spy Princess by Sherwood Smith. My best friend had me read it like years ago, and the concept was like, that kind of sounds boring. And then I read it, and I was like, this is so good. Like, just there's certain fantasy books. I feel like there's a lot of books that, like, when you're just in the perfect mood to read that exact book, and you pick it up like right when you're like in the mood for it, it's just like it's everything, you know. The Red Queen series, again, like a lot of these are like based on characters. Sinner by Maggie Stiefvater. So the Shiver trilogy was like good. It was a solid trilogy. Really enjoyed it. But Sinner, the companion book, was everything. The like all the Vegas vibes, so good. The Deep Blue series by Jennifer Donnelly, so good. Long Way Down by Jason Reynolds, so good. Furiously Happy, like I said. There's just so many. There's so many good books. I love reading. This, like, scrolling through this is just making me so happy. Autobiography, All the Crooked Saints, The Princess Saves Herself in this one. Like, oh my god, I love reading. I love books. I love my life. Heartstopper, obviously. Pay It Forward. There's so many good books. Oh my gosh. I love reading. Oh my gosh. How have I read so many good books? Aw. Aw. Thank you. Yeah, I think I would get a copyright strike if I unmuted myself and was reading out loud. But I do love reading to people. It brings me joy. But yeah. There's something I was going to say and I forgot what it was. But I don't remember. Oh, I don't know if you saw me like reacting to this book when I was reading it, but like there was a thing that happened and I was just like, and then like something else. Like it was like a good, like a really good and really bad thing, like at the same time. Like this thing happened and I was like, wow. And then something else like it was talking about and I was just like, yes, yes, yes. So lots of mixed emotions, so many things that I was feeling. Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna get into the next sprint in a couple minutes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I love when a book can make me like physically react to it. Like I don't know. If I'm just like if I'm sitting there like so like entranced by what I'm reading and like the fact that I care so much about the characters and what's going on, that like it makes me like react to it. It just means that like I'm really enjoying it and like really invested, you know. And it's great. So yeah, and I'm definitely so invested in this. This is one that like I knew right from the beginning, like I was gonna love this, just because of the way that like again the characters they feel so real and like the way that they're all described, straight from the beginning, and just like the fact that you can see like everyone's different perspectives and like their like reasoning, I guess, for all the things that they do. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love like getting excited about books with people. It's the greatest. Okay, a lot of my friends are like super bookish people, and so we will literally like we'll have a sleepover, and probably like most people will be up like I don't know, playing games or like watching stuff together or just like having gossipy conversations and stuff. And it's like, it's not that we don't do stuff like that too, but like we spend so much time just like sitting in silence and reading together. Like it's just funny. I'm like, we're such like odd people, but it works. Like we have so much fun. And something I like to do with my friends is like, if we're sitting there like reading together, I'll set a timer for like 2 minutes, and every 2 minutes we will have to like randomly read the sentence that we're on out of context. So like it's fun. Like it's a thing that keeps me focused because I'm like, let me get to like the next sentence or whatever to read for the next 2 minutes. And then also it's just like fun. It's fun to see, especially if one of us is in like a spicy scene of the book and we're like, oh, I don't know if I should read this out loud, or just like some like random or some like elaborate thing or whatever. It's interesting seeing like the different contrasting vibes of the books and everything. It's great. It's a whole thing. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start the next sprint though. I think this is gonna be the last one just because like it's almost 3 a.m. I'm not that sleepy, but like I don't know. I feel like in the last sprint I was just like I was feeling the energy draining a little bit. So yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah. How long should we sprint for? Thinking like 30, 35, 40 minutes. I don't know. I'm super indecisive. Like one of my biggest personality traits is that I'm indecisive. Literally cannot make a decision whatsoever. So yeah. Also, as I was reading, like towards like the end of the sprint, the words were just like blurring on the page kind of. I was like, I feel like I've been staring at this for so long. 30. Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, so 40 plus 33, 10 is when we shall end the sprint. So I'll see you in 30 minutes. Hello. That was the last sprint. Thank goodness. I don't think I can survive much longer of this. I feel like I've been sitting here reading forever. Not that I'm not loving this book. I'm just a little tired. It's less like that I'm tired, I think, and more just that I've been reading all freaking day and like sitting here like reading out loud for like so long. It's exhausting, you know? Made some tea and read a chapter. Nice. Was it like sweet tea or like tea that you heat up? I don't really know the difference in like teas. I just know like I like sweet tea. And like British people love entire days of reading. Yeah. I don't do it that often because usually I'm too busy to read for a long period of time. But the past couple of days I've had time, so I've pretty much done nothing but read A Little Life, which honestly is great. It's a great book, so not complaining too much, but just a little tired at this point. Yeah, I mean, like over the summer, especially in like the month of June, because that's when Whateverthon happens, I try to read like constantly. And like I specifically remember, I think it was after I read They Both Die at the End, I was like, so I had like a schedule that I'd set for myself of like how much to read each day, and I was a little bit behind, and so I was like, okay, I have to catch up, and so like I literally sat and read the whole day, and then I had like a mini existential crisis because I was like, literally all I'm doing is reading, and like it was like an unhealthily large amount of book consumption. But I mean, like books, it's great. I mean, probably the best like thing to do too much is read, so like it's fine. Chai tea from a bag that you just pour. Nice. I know, I love him. My friend got him for me, and he's literally my favorite thing in the world. He's so freaking cute. I love the little reindeer ears. I was trying to decide what to name him between Dominic and Dasher, but because of Fast and Furious and like Dom Toretto, I named him Dominic. So yeah, I love him. Yeah, I was like, I can't, like, I kept forgetting about him. And then I would just, like, see him sitting on the floor, and I'd be like, he has to read my book with me. I can't just have him over there by himself. Like, he's the cutest. Can't read for that long. Yeah, it depends for me. Like right now, I'm just like, I cannot read any longer because it's been so long. But I don't know, in general, like, if I'm like really sucked into a book, like I can read it for a long period of time, which is honestly the only way that I've been able to like consistently be reading this book for like pretty much 2 days straight. But yeah, it just depends for me, like what the book is and like how fast the pacing is and everything too. If I can read it for a long period of time. But yeah, it's so good though. Honestly, I don't know how much of it I read today. I really am curious. I don't know like where I started, but I want to say I was at least on page like 350, like around there when I started reading today. So that's like the chunk that I've read. So theoretically, if I read this much tomorrow, which I won't because I have some plans, but hopefully I can get this done in the next couple days, and then I will have this off of my list, or like on my list of books that I read by the end of the year, and success. So yeah. But yeah, it is a lot for a day, especially for me being a slow reader that I am. That's okay. One of the reasons though too that I read so slow is like my ADHD brain is like no focus, but also like my OCD brain is like you have to read every single word, and like you can't skim read, and like if you didn't 100% understand it, you have to like go back and reread it, and it's a whole thing. My like different personalities like clashing together to create slow reading, but it's fine. It works. I love books, so it's whatever. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, I'm tired, and I've been sprinting for 4 hours now. That's kind of a long time. But yeah, I'm going to head out now. Thank you so much for watching. And anyone who watches this back, thanks for watching. Subscribe if you would like to, and hit the notification bell. and like the video if you liked it. And yeah, let me know like if you guys would like to see more sprints in the future. I might maybe do one or two more like over the holiday break, maybe one over spring break, maybe a bunch over the summer. We shall see. Just when I have like opportunities to read a bunch or just do other productivity things. I don't love like just being productive on sprints. Like if I'm like doing a sprint, I'd rather be reading, but I don't know. Let me know y'all's thoughts. But yeah. I've had fun chatting with you too. Thanks for like being active and like responding and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, I might do some more, but it depends on like my schedule and stuff and everything. But yeah, so that's all. Again, thanks for watching. I will talk to you guys later in the next video. Bye.